Go ahead. Very good. We're recording the meeting today, so let's get started. Welcome, everyone, to the 2023 program for League of Women Voters Lunch and Learn series. We're glad you're with us today. We're going to learn about the 2050 Comprehensive Plan for Lincoln and Lancaster County. Adopted in 2021, the Comprehensive Plan provides the community's vision for the future out to the horizon year of 2050. It includes various aspects of our city and county as we strive to become growing, including the physical growth plan, priorities for public infrastructure and services, resiliency efforts, building a sense of belonging for all members of the community, and economic well-being. So there's our brief introduction. Hopefully everyone by now has been able to mute themselves. Just want to introduce myself. I'm Cary Hendrickson. I chair the Lunch and Learn Committee and our series. I want to thank our committee members who are doing a wonderful job of lining up terrific speakers for our timely program topics. They are Nancy Comer, Judy Cook, Karen Dienstbier, Paula Urich, Kate High, and Jim Johnson. So now we will be focusing on our speaker today, and let me introduce him to you. David Cary is the director of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Department. He has been in this position since 2014. Prior to serving as director, he worked as the long-range planning manager and transportation planner for our planning department. His 27 years of experience in this area also includes work with the Omaha Planning Department and work in the Chicagoland area. David has a master's degree in regional planning from the University of Massachusetts and a bachelor's degree from the University of Notre Dame. Some say Notre Dame. He and his wife, Paulette, have 2 children and enjoy the livability of Lincoln, especially its great trail system and school system. David, thanks for being with us today. Let's get started.
Great. Thank you, Terry. I very much appreciate the opportunity. Very happy to be here. This is a great turnout, so I appreciate that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen now, and it worked a few minutes ago, and we'll just assume it's going to work again. What I have is about a 20-slide PowerPoint for everybody, and I'm going to make sure everybody can see that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. About a 20 slide PowerPoint, and what I will do is I will be talking about the 2050 comprehensive plan that we named Plan Forward, and when we started this effort back in 2019. And what this will do to provide an overview of what a comprehensive plan is, and then what is in our comprehensive plan, and then I will point out a few specific items that I think are of interest to most people, which has been my experience with a few topics that are more interesting than others to folks. So we'll hit on those, and then we'll certainly have time for discussion and questions at the end. So right off the bat here, so we call our Plan Forward 2050 Comprehensive Plan. This is our vision of the future. This is what encapsulates kind of what we want to work on between now and 2050 to try to make sure it's the type of community that we want to live in and that we want to help create and help maintain. So a lot of this is about making decisions today so that by 2050, for those future members of our community and people that are kind of in our seats today out in the future, that they have the type of community that you want to live in, they want to raise a family, and that you would want to build and maintain a business and things like that. And so what you see on the screen here is that's the front page of our 2050 comprehensive plan, Plan Forward. All this information in detail is available on our website, so I invite you all to go out and look at that and get into the details if you're interested. We update this plan every 5 years, and every 10 years we do a major update, which is what this last update was. We considered it a major update. So we worked on this, really started in 2019, kicked off the public process in 2020, quite literally a month before COVID hit. So the process that we went through in this update of this plan, the major update, was different because the middle 2/3 of the process was during COVID, when we really, had limitations on public participation, and so we did a lot of things digitally. So, but we felt like we had success, and this was adopted in 2021 by the county board and the city council. What this did is we went from a 2040 plan to a 2050 plan. So we added 10 years to the horizon. And when we do that, if you think about that, that's adding 10 more years of growth and change. And so that's why that becomes what we consider a major update. When you add that many more people coming into the community, we needed to update our physical plan, the footprint that we're planning to put our public services into so that we can grow. But there's other things besides the growth plan. There's a lot of other policy topics that are part of a plan like this, and I'll go through those at a high level as well. Like I said, it was approved by the city council and the county board and the planning commission at the end of 2021. So it's been in place for a little less than 2 years now. So it's pretty fresh, but we will do a more minor update on this plan in about 3 years. So when you really get into looking out 20, 30 years, you really start to have some significant impact, especially for a community like ours, which is growing. I've worked in other communities, grown up in a community that actually wasn't growing. It's a very different experience. A lot of our rural towns and cities here in Nebraska have some of that loss of population, and it's a different type of conversation about how do we become the community we want to be when we're losing population. But here in Lincoln and Lancaster County, we are very consistently every decade grow about 1% per year, which means basically that we're increasing our population by about 40,000 people every 10 years. That's something to keep in mind about how much change happens in a decade here in Lincoln and Lancaster County. So out to 2050, what that means is that we're going to be a county of about 440,000 people. Today, we're about 320,000. So 120,000 more people than live here today will be here by 2050. The city of Lincoln itself, we have about 90% of that population today, and we will continue to have about 90% of that population. So that means the city of Lincoln itself will have about 100,000 more people. So that's a lot. I mean, that's a significant impact on the community, and we need to be smart about how we're planning to do that, how we're preparing ourselves to make sure we can obtain that growth and do it in a fiscally responsible way, in a smart way. This report that's up on the screen today also is on our website. This gets into the demographic projections. A lot of good information there if someone is interested in some of the details. What I will say is that not only are we going to grow in population, but we are going to be an older population by 2050 compared to today. We will have smaller household size in the future. Those are the trends both here and nationwide. And we also will be a much more diverse community. Our diversity has been increasing for the past 40 years. When we look 20, 30, 40 years into the future, that trend is going to continue. So those are very, high level updates on that information. The way the plan is laid out is that we have 9 elements, and they're listed here on the screen. And it provides, first and foremost, a growth framework. So we consider it a physical plan so that we're looking at where we're going to grow, and then the policies and efforts to try to make sure we're prepared for that growth. And when I say prepared for it, it means making sure we are budgeting through the city and county budgets, the type of infrastructure for roads, water, sewer, all of those things to make sure that we can open up areas for development and make sure that we can accommodate that 120,000 more people that will be here by 2050. We also have a lot of really good policy discussions in the plan. There's 15 major goals and 80 individual policies. So I won't get into the details today, but there's a lot of good information in this plan. It provides a lot of good guidance for us to make our decisions as we move forward. We have a top 10. These are the top 10 items that had the most conversation and emphasis when we created the plan. I'll highlight a few of them. We certainly have really focused on infill and redevelopment for the last decade or so, and we're continuing to focus on that. The reason for that is that that's a much more efficient way to grow. if you think about that, we already have the water lines, the sewer lines, and the streets built in certain areas of the city, and that area wants to develop an underutilized parcel. That makes a lot of sense to do that because we don't have to add new infrastructure. We still plan to have about 75% of our growth happen on the edge in what's considered the suburban growth areas of our city. But we are focused on infill redevelopment as much as possible because it is more efficient. Local foods, that has become an increasingly major topic for discussion as far as our community is concerned. And we very recently adopted the local food master plan. So that's an action item that came up during our process, and we implemented that very quickly in adopting a local food master plan. These are the other 5 of the top 10 that had a lot of focus on it. I will highlight the fact that equity, became a major topic when we developed this plan because of what was happening in our country at the time back in 2015. And that ended up improving our plan. We really put a focus on are we making sure that we're planning for a community that is welcoming to everyone that is part of our community or we want to be part of our community. So that was a good lens to look through when we created the new plan. And I will highlight parking. That's something that is an opportunity for us to be more efficient with our development and growth. And so we are now actively working on some changes to our regulations for parking to remove minimum parking requirements. So in other words, for commercial areas that we are working on a project that will no longer require a minimum amount of parking, we're going to let the development, the landowner, and the market determine what is that level. There still would be parking available in developments, but as we all know, there's often a sea of parking that's underutilized given time of day or any time of the year. We feel like there's a more efficient way that that development can happen, and we're going to be talking about parking in detail moving forward. The growth scenario is kind of a key part of the comprehensive plan. That 120,000 more people equate to about 48,000 new dwelling units. So we need to build 48,000 more dwelling units, whether they be a single family household, a townhome, or an apartment. Some mix of all that. We need that many more units to keep up with the growth that we're projecting and we expect to get. Some of these assumptions, just to let you know that we think through this when it comes to how much land is needed to accommodate this growth. So we have what we call edge growth, which is we call edge growth in comparison to the infill and redevelopment. A density of 4 units per acre, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's actually increased over time over the last 20 or 30 years. So we're assuming that amount of the density on the edge. And then a full quarter of all the new growth is assumed to be infill. So 25% of everything that we are planning for would be in the existing city as it exists today. So that's that infill and redevelopment. And what that results in is that we need to have 7 square miles of developable land on the edge added into the plan compared to what we had previous to the 2050. So that's how we think about this and making sure that physical plan is set up so that it is capable of accommodating all the 48,000 more units as well as 120,000 more people that we're planning for. What that really becomes is we look at this area, the dark black line on the map is our future service line. So what that means is that in the 2040 plan, that's the limit of where we're going to get our urban services to make sure we're building out that land area. We had that black line was big enough to accommodate the 2040 plan. We needed to add those 7 square miles for the 2050 plan because we added the 10 years of growth, more population growth. And so what you see in purple here on this map are the areas that were added to the plan. So those purple areas are now inside that future service line, and we're actively planning for those areas to have those urban services and have growth and development happen by the year 2050. And this map that's on the screen today, this is our 2050 growth scenario. So one way to think about this is that the areas that are yellow are existing city limits today. We have a red and yellow crosshatch part of the map. Those are areas that are actively developing right now. So they have plans approved and there's new development happening physically being constructed. And then what you see, the dark red shaded areas are areas that are either just now starting to open up for development or are planned to open up in the next 10 to 15 years. And then the pink color are the areas that are expected beyond 2045, but certainly within the 2050 growth consideration. So all those areas are considered, active in this plan, in the new plan that will be developed by the year 2050. I will also note that the dark green areas are those other areas beyond 2050 that will likely be added into the plan in these next successive 10-year updates of the plan. So those make sense to bring in at those times in the future. And what that results in, and this is our future land use plan. So to give you an idea, the red is commercial, purple is industrial, gray is public in some form. So you see the airport, it's got a big swath of gray, the university, and then our school sites. Green is open space or parks. And then when you look at the dark yellow or kind of orange color, that's urban residential. That's like the kind of like the neighborhoods in Lincoln that we all live in and know about. And that obviously is the largest, footprint for physical use of land is the residential area. So you see the dashed black line on the outside of all those colors, and that is that future service line that was on the previous map. So we take all that information and then we lay out kind of what our expectations are for what's going to be residential, what's going to be commercial, what's going to be industrial. And so we kind of lay it out that way, and that's part of the plan as well. Okay. Just want to kind of on a high level let you know kind of how we track growth in our community based on this plan. So the plan is set up, has the assumptions for growth, and then we track it. We make sure that we know what's going on a regular basis. So every month, and then we report on it every year. We have a development application tracking system, which basically means we know what areas of the city have approved plans and which ones are growing, which ones have active projects in them. And we make sure we understand how much has been built out, where it's been built out, how many units are still available. So we make sure we use those assumptions from the 2050 comprehensive plan in kind of laying out in a real physical way, like what areas of the city can accommodate what number of units for dwelling units, as well as for commercial and industrial and things like that. So these are some of the assumptions that we use. We make sure that we're following the assumptions that were used in those demographic projections, as well as for the physical plan for the 2050 plan. And this map that you see on the screen today here is basically the Stevens Creek area. So if you look at kind of the north-south, this is 84th Street, and then these areas are what are actively growing. If you live in that area, you know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of activity out there for new developments. And that is the Stevens Creek area is a major location for our future growth. This is a technical snapshot of a map that we use to do this tracking of our development. I'll just note that based on the density assumptions and how much land is available in these different areas of tracking, we know how many units have been approved, how many have been built, and what's the capacity in the future. So there's the Stevens Creek area, just to put in perspective, that is a major growth area. We have put a significant amount of investment in our infrastructure in that area already. The Stevens Creek trunk sewer, which sanitary sewer really drives the ability to develop land. If we didn't have sanitary sewer facilities, we wouldn't be able to build out an area very densely. But because we have put that infrastructure literally in the ground along Stevens Creek, we have the capacity to build this whole swath of area out. And what you're looking at now, this has about 25,000 of those future units capable that aren't built today that are going to happen up there. So it's going to make its way from north to south. It's about down to Van Dorn right now, and it'll make its way all the way down to Yankee Hill Road eventually. So there's a lot of land out there, and we track all that information in that area. Give you a snapshot, a current snapshot of what type of activity we're seeing in development. We do track commercial and industrial as well, but we really focus on the residential because that is obviously an indicator of the population growth that we are most interested in. In 2022, that's calendar year 2022, we had over 3,000 new residential units get permitted and constructed. That was the most since 1972. That was the year that I was born, which is going back quite a ways. It's impressive that we broke that record last year. It is multi-directional, which is intentional. So what you see on the map there, it's a heat map of where all these units were built, or are currently being built, I should say. So you see a lot in the existing city with a big focus on the downtown area, but you see it in basically all different areas of the city where there's some growth happening. And that's a healthy sign that we have different parts of the market are taking advantage of the opportunity to grow. I will note and be very clear that a full 70% of those units were multifamily, meaning apartments. And that is a big trend that's happening in Lincoln and across the United States today. We had the most multifamily units permitted last year, all the way back to what we have our tracking system back to, which is 1960. This current year, we're not done with it yet, of course, but it's not going to be as busy as last year, but we're going to have around 2,000 new residential units permitted. And about 2/3 of those are going to be multifamily. So the trend is continuing. The apartments are in high demand. They're needed, but they're certainly being constructed today. And I think any of us that live in the community, we see those projects happening and they're out there. And, so it's exciting, but it's an interesting trend that that's where things are at. When I talk about residential supply, this is important because it feeds back to kind of how we're planning for the future and making sure that the market has enough capacity to accommodate the growth and to not get too tight with the amount of units that are available on the market. So we currently have an 18-year supply. We really need to have at least 10, if not more, on a regular basis. We really shoot for 15, but we're at 18 right now, which is a healthy supply. And that does include single family, duplexes, townhomes, and apartments. So it's all those units that have been approved, but not necessarily built yet. But that's out there and it's available for that construction to happen. When you look at the entire area that we just went through for the comprehensive plan, we have about a 49-year supply of raw land within that 2050 future service limit. So that's a lot, but we need to have a healthy, big amount of available land for future growth because we have that 120,000 more people coming to our community over the next 25 years, as well as we want to keep that healthy supply of lots and units. So that's how it's set up, and that's why we track it very closely. A couple other items that I want to hit on that I think are interesting. We have a long-standing policy to coordinate with Lincoln Public Schools. Whenever they're planning a new school site, we have a conversation early on with our Parks Department. And so we call it the Sparks concept, which is schools and parks put together. And this is meant to be making sure that we are providing for new neighborhoods, the type of amenities and facilities that are important. So obviously an elementary school is very important piece of livability in our community. But we have built several schools now in coordination with our Parks Department. And there's a public park right next to the school site. And so we have that synergy of activity and the ability to have the neighborhood get those services all in one spot. Another example of doing things like this is that we have had good success now with combining public activities with other activities. We built the joint police and fire station down on Pine Lake Road recently. That's a great facility and it's a good use of space for both of those departments. We also have coordinated with YMCA and Parks and LPS to make sure that we're creating sites that are benefiting from each other as well as using land in an efficient way. So this is a big topic in our comprehensive plan. It's important that we keep doing those things because again, a lot of our work is meant to be as efficient as possible with taxpayer dollars so that we're not only planning a city and building a city and a county that we want to live in the future, but do it smartly and efficiently as well. South Beltway. So the South Beltway was a long coming major project that's been in some form in our plan since 1973. So we've been thinking about a South Beltway with the state for my entire lifetime, effectively. And so thankfully in the last 10 years, the ability to be able to afford it became a reality. And we thank the state for being able to step up to be able to do that. And then we, the city, we participated, we provided a significant amount of money as well. coordinating with the state to get that project done. So it's obviously on the southern end of our developing community today. The South Beltway goes through an area that on the north side of where the South Beltway exists today has been in our plan for several years now. But with this new plan, we added on the south side of the South Beltway because it became a reality as far as when it was going to be a facility that was usable. And so similar to that Stevens Creek area, we also track the area that's to the south of our growing community. And so what you see here is effectively the land that reaches down to the South Beltway and then goes south of it. So here's the South Beltway here, and now we've added this land area. This also is a major part of our growth plan. So Stevens Creek has the most future units in it, but this area has almost just as much now since we added that area to the south of the South Beltway. So those two areas really are kind of the key to the bulk of the growth that we're planning for. There are other areas like to the southwest and the northwest, but these two areas accommodate the vast majority of our growth. One other thing I'll point out, and this gets back to the sewer wastewater service that's really needed to be able to develop land. So we put the major trunk sewer line in the Stevens Creek Basin, so that's available for that growth. This is the area, you see the South Beltway that runs kind of east and west here on this map. So this is that growth plan that we talked about earlier with the overall map. So the red area is an area that's more immediate going to develop, and then the pink is a little bit further on. But what this is also showing is that these are all the other lines that you see on here, the red lines and the green lines. These are trunk sewer extensions that are needed to be able to develop this land. And it gets expensive. I don't want to, kind of just shy away from that. So we have to make sure that we're putting the pipes in the ground where they're needed, when they're needed, as soon as they're needed. But it is expensive, and we have to invest in our system to be able to grow. And so this is just a kind of a snapshot of one area that we are actively developing right now, and we will develop a lot more in the future, but it does require these types of infrastructure improvements. And this is in addition to doing the roads and the streets and the water lines. So when I do my work, I think of those three major things that are needed in order to develop land to urban density. And so with that, I'm going to stop and I can answer any questions that you might have or receive comments that you might have. So I will stop sharing now so I can see who's talking, and we can go from there.
That sounds good. You've gotten us off to a really good start, David. Thank you. I want to encourage folks to know that if you do have a question for David, please type it in the chat, and I will relay those questions to him. It's just a little bit more organized that way. I don't know if we have any questions in the chat as of this moment, but I'll ask while we're on that and while my microphone is on. Do you have other slides that you'll be talking about some of our other areas in the top 5 or the top 10? This has been fascinating so far.
I certainly can respond to any questions or areas that you want to talk about. What I did here is I kept it pretty much a kind of an overview, so just to see kind of where the interest was, but I certainly can go into those details if you want me to.
Okay. I am seeing a question here. The South Beltway building for Lincoln, how close does that area come to the Norris School District?
So the school district, LPS and Norris School District actually already interact on that southern end of the city. So it is basically more of a simplistic way to think about it is that if pretty much all the area that's annexed into the city is LPS, and if you're outside of the city limits, there's some mixture immediately next to the city of Lincoln, some Norris, some LPS, but then you quickly get into all of it being Norris. So the school district is actually right there already. What happens is that as we annex more land that develops, and we've been doing that as we get closer and closer to the South Beltway and go south of it, that land automatically goes into the Lincoln Public School District. So that's how the system is set up. And so that is an interesting topic in a general sense, because we need to coordinate with Norris in these annexations as they happen. We had a recent annexation package that the planning department, put through the process this past year. And there was some questions about annexation in school districts. There always are. So it's an important topic.
All right, thank you. Are there any plans for an East Beltway?
So the East
Are there any projected dates for completion there? Yes, thank you.
A projected date for that. The East Beltway, similar to the South Beltway, has been in our plans for decades, as far as a concept and then becoming much more of a known corridor. So what we call in the world of planning, we call it corridor protection. So that gives the local agency, which is the combination of the city of Lincoln and the county engineer for Lancaster County, the ability to obtain property for whatever the corridor is. If somebody wanted to, for example, build a house in that corridor, that would give the local agency the right to purchase the land first to maintain the corridor. So that's the status that the East Beltway has now. It has corridor protection status, which is good. That means we can plan to make sure that it still is there in the future. As far as when it's going to happen, the reality is that the only reason why the South Beltway happened was because the state was able to come forward with significant dollars. They paid for about 80% of that project. Mm-hmm. The city of Lincoln and Lancaster County are on record saying that we support the construction of these, but we can't do it with our own local dollars. We need significant state or federal dollars to do that. So the thought is that probably somewhere down the road, beyond that we will probably have the opportunity, hopefully, to have another infusion of dollars from outside the local streams to get that project done. But my guess would be we're probably 20 years out before it opens.
All right, thank you. Another question for us. What are the plans to keep the rest of Lincoln's housing stock re-energized and sustainable?
Yeah, that's an important part of this whole consideration of our future ability to house our population. One of the related to that question, there's a big challenge and important topic in affordable housing. Housing, we all have experienced an increase in the cost of our housing. It's that much more challenging when we have folks that are living at or below the poverty line. So that's a huge issue. We have adopted the Affordable Housing Coordinated Action Plan in the last few years as well. And we're getting a lot of things done, but we can't build our way out of the housing challenge, affordable housing challenge, I should say, because it's so expensive when you build new. That's part of the way to handle the growth in the community, but it's not really going to help for the affordable housing. What is going to help affordable housing is making sure that our existing stock is maintained well, because that is the affordable housing as it exists today. And so we need to, as a community, make sure we're focused on that, make sure our neighborhoods maintain and retain that housing as best as possible. We have some programs in place that are funded. The rental rehab program is an important one that allows folks to qualify for improvements to those units. We have done some things on the zoning side, which allows for effectively a lot of the older housing was done at a time before our current zoning was in place. And the zoning does a lot of good things, but in some ways it limits what you can do on some of these older lots because they're very small or they're not typical size lots. And so we've made some changes in the zoning to allow people to rebuild on those lots that previously they wouldn't have been able to, things like that. So all these things have to be pieced together to make sure we're retaining and maintaining the best we can with our existing housing stock.
Thanks for addressing that. Again, keep your questions coming in the chat, and we'll keep David busy with his broad knowledge set. Here's another question for you. As the population ages and seniors become unable to drive cars, what are your plans for building a better bus transportation system?
Yes. So part of the demographic information that we have in that report that I referenced early on very much gets into how the baby boomer generation in particular is aging into retirement now, very much so, kind of in the middle of that curve right now for retirement. And as we have more and more people living longer, And as a growing community, we just simply will have more and more people, above the age of 65. And so that is a major, for a lot of different reasons, that's a major point of interest and need for the community moving forward. When it comes to our bus system, we have, because we're a mid-sized Midwest city, we don't have a lot of density, at least not yet. And density in the form of like how many people are living in a particular area is critical to having an efficient bus system. Otherwise, you're running lines out to areas that really don't have a lot of ridership, but maybe that's where people want to shop. And it's a challenge for a city like Lincoln to do the bus system well. What I would say about how we're planning for the future is that the more infill and redevelopment that we do approve and experience, it's going to build up the density in certain areas of the city. And I will point out in particular that O Street corridor is an opportunity in this time frame that we're talking about after 2050 to potentially change that corridor to have a lot more residential units living along the corridor. And if and when that happens, that's going to allow for a much improved and intense type of public transit system to run up and down the corridor. So that's not the only way to do it, but that is something that I believe Lincoln has an opportunity to do something with that corridor. And so what I'm envisioning is something from like downtown out to where Southeast Community College is. There's a lot there already today, but if we can get more people living along that corridor, and if there's more opportunities for people that are 65 and older to live along that corridor, that's going to provide an opportunity for that type of a solution.
Okay, great. Here's a topic, the wilderness crossing controversy. The issues didn't seem to mesh with the comprehensive plan. Are there any lessons going forward?
Yeah, so that is, obviously that's been a big issue. So what I would say to that is that the project itself absolutely followed the comprehensive plan and the zoning rules and things like that. So that project was approved because it followed the plan. Obviously there are other issues that came along as we were discussing that. And so those issues are out there now. We're obviously aware of them. We're working on those. So one thing moving forward, I like the term lessons learned. We are looking at the areas around Wilderness Park in particular, and putting a closer eye towards how development is planned for around the park, and what can be done to make sure that we're protecting the park and other cultural assets that are in the area as well. So certainly, we are aware of all those issues. But again, when that project came through, when the Wilderness Crossing came through, they did follow all the rules, the rules that were in place at the time, I should say.
Okay, I'm going to pause just a minute for this commercial break. And we have more questions to follow, but I want to invite those who are on the call today. If you haven't explored or aren't already a member of League of Women Voters for Lincoln-Lancaster, we invite you to join us. There's more to membership than just these monthly programs. And to let you know for certain, this evening, tonight, we will gather from 5:30 to 7 at the Walt Branch Public Library Meeting Room, which is at 6700 South 14th Street. It's south of Old Cheney Road on South 14th Street near Cooper YMCA. So everyone is invited to join us. You'll meet members, board members. We're going to have an interesting program tonight about voter ID requirements by Becky Gaston Wise, who is our Lancaster County Deputy Election Commissioner and League member. So she'll be presenting and answering questions on this really important topic. So back to questions for David. Here's someone who says, I was late coming on. Will there be care to keep nature in all areas and not all concrete? Are products, when possible, used that are environmentally friendly?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So there are I would say there are rules and there are plans for making sure that in the more urbanized area that we're both maintaining open space in our existing parks and then constructing new parks when the opportunity arises. And also within our zoning, we do have requirements for accommodating um, some type of public space or open space with the projects as well, which doesn't always um, change the outcome of having a lot of built area with especially the infill and redevelopment projects that I referenced earlier. Um, but it does account for allowing for making sure that we're thinking through what areas with more people that are living in a certain area with that, where are the parks, where are the open spaces, so that we're making sure that we're thinking about that. The biggest thing that I would point out today standing here is that we have an effort to fully fund the new plan for South Haymarket Park, that's at the terminus of Canopy Street and Elm Street, south of the West Haymarket area. That's going to be a game changer for downtown. It's going to have an opportunity to have not only open space, but it will be an inviting place for people that live and visit downtown to go to and have an opportunity for open space. But it's also going to connect our trail system well through there better than it is today, which is a big part of our park system, is the trail system. So that's a big example of kind of how we're trying to make sure that our more urban areas are accommodating open space and making sure that we're providing for the park experience for people that are living in areas that are mostly paved and urban in nature. I would also point out that the more we do infill and redevelopment, the better off we will be with maintaining and retaining open space on the edges. It's kind of like a symbiotic relationship where if we can be more efficient with our growth and development, we can retain land, the open space, and undeveloped as much as possible.
Okay. Some challenging questions. We're going to keep them coming here. I see 2 or 3 or 4 more. We will go until 1 o'clock, just for those of you who, if you have a question, please type it in the chat. Here's next. To facilitate the 25% housing need within the current city limits, what are the plans for low-income housing that might require adjustments to floodplain and other requirements for that kind of building?
Yeah, so the 25% that we're planning for infill and redevelopment, the good news on that, in a sense, is while it can be challenging to do infill and redevelopment, there also is a lot of existing opportunity. Like I said earlier, the water, sewer, and streets in the general sense are already there, so that we kind of remove those barriers of development in large extent for the infill and redevelopment. And with that, because the area is already developed, the floodplain is a little bit less of an issue because we already have impervious coverage there. So it doesn't mean it's not an issue. It just means that it's a little bit less of a focus than it would be if you're doing a greenfield site, so on the edge of the community. The low income part of that, thankfully, part of our strategy that came from that Affordable Housing Coordinated Action Plan is to really focus on trying to get developments to include affordable housing units. So over the last 3 years, we've had a very good success in getting affordable housing projects as well as total projects, all the units being affordable, or having a certain percentage of units in a otherwise market rate project to be identified as affordable. And we, the city, are able to incentivize that to some degree to tax increment financing. So that is a tool that we use to incentivize projects to include affordable housing. And we certainly use it to support affordable housing projects when they're standalone projects. So we have done that quite a bit in the last several years. We intend to continue to do that. There certainly is an appetite from our development community to do those types of projects, and we're thankful for that. But that is probably the single biggest tool we have to try to incentivize affordable housing.
Okay, perhaps related, this question is about existing older neighborhoods and parts of town. How do they factor into the plan? It seems we have several areas of empty buildings, etc., that could be repurposed versus tearing them down for redevelopment. If you could adjust that, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so all of our neighborhoods and areas of the city are part of the plan. We certainly put a focus on that edge development because there are effectively either acreage development or farm fields out there. So it's a big change when it happens on the edge. But we absolutely consider the rest of the existing community in the plan. So two things I would say to answer that. One is there certainly are always going to be empty buildings. It's kind of part of the natural process of kind of some existing commercial areas aging out, no longer being really useful, and then we need that redevelopment project to come along to replace it or to reuse it in some way. So some of that's going to always happen in a community, but we have had a lot of redevelopment and infill happen, and there's a few that I would point out that are really important. So the Telegraph District that is just to the east of downtown, that is a major success for building new buildings as well as repurposing existing buildings in an area not too long ago that literally didn't have anything happening in it. And so that's an area that's really been revitalized recently with those projects, and we're going to be doing more there as well. So that's a good real-time example of what we mean by infill and redevelopment in an existing part of the city that has that opportunity. Another one that some of you may be aware of or live next to it, it's the Bishop Heights area. So that's off of 27th and what was Highway 2, which is now Nebraska Parkway. That is a project that's been approved. It now has torn down all the buildings, so it's much more noticeable that something's happening there now. So there's fences up and the buildings have been torn down, but that is going to be a major redevelopment of both commercial and residential activity. So in the next few years, you're going to see a major project come out of the ground there as well. So those are some current real examples of how existing neighborhoods are opportunities for redevelopment, and it is happening. So keep an eye on those areas moving forward.
Could you comment on the plans to build the new state of Nebraska prison in Lincoln?
So I guess I just from that question, I think I'll just address it in the sense of that there was probably a lack of communication when the original announcement came out. And then there was a good amount of, thankfully, really good communication for a while there. And then there was agreement of placing the new prison next to the landfill site north of the interstate off of North 56th Street. So I think in the end, I think it ended up in a much better location. I think all sides agree that that's a much better location. And so we're currently coordinating with the state. It's mostly the Transportation and Utilities Department that is working with the state on that to kind of really quickly get that project up and running. And so I think it's going to be a fairly fast process to get the new facility built and constructed. It will be. I'm not directly involved in that project, so I don't know a lot of the details. But what I do know is that the intention is that the existing state penitentiary site, as far as housing people, will shut down when the new site is ready to go. But then there still will be some activity down at Highway 2 and 14th Street for some activities, but not the housing of inmates.
Okay, thank you. And the questions keep coming. What branch of city government keeps in touch with individual owners of low-income housing to make sure they're keeping up the properties?
I'm not seeing.
So the question again was raised by Karen. Does the city keep in touch with individual owners of low-income housing to make sure they're keeping up properties?
Okay. So a few different things there. What happens is formally identified low-income housing almost assuredly has some type of funding coming from the state or the federal government to make sure that those the differential between what would be the market rate cost of the unit and what's actually affordable is attainable. So there's a lot of agencies and people outside of city government that are involved in that keep track of those things. We are directly involved in that. If those owners of the units are using any of our programs, like the rent to rehab program, or as well as the like I said earlier, the tax increment financing. Those agreements for tax increment financing are built in to say that these units shall be considered affordable for 15 years or some type of identified, year in the future. So yes, we keep track of it that way. But again, a lot of other agencies and people are involved in those types of units and those projects. And I would say generally, our building and safety department, more broadly, is responsible for following up on properties that perhaps aren't being kept up to standards. And so there's a whole bunch of effort going on there, as well as programs and policies to follow for those types of things.
Okay, let's see, a few more. What does the city consider affordable housing or an affordable house, the way this question is worded?
Yeah, so there's really, there's two different, words there. Affordable housing in a formal sense is, we take the area median income, and that actually gets broken down into certain areas of the city itself. And an affordable unit is not to be more than 30% of whatever that median area income is. So it's actually, it shifts around depending on where you're at in the city, for one thing. But that's how you identify an affordable unit for affordable housing purposes. The other part of that is that what do we consider affordable? And that depends on kind of the individual. It depends on your income. I know my experience has been that housing has increased pretty dramatically across the board over the last 10 years. And we're not unique. Lincoln and Lancaster County are not unique at all. It's across the entire nation, and every single city is dealing with this increasing cost in housing, which obviously puts pressure on the affordable units as well. And so it's not a great situation. Although what I would say is that Lincoln is still, and I expect it to continue to be this way, is much more affordable than many other cities our size. So we still benefit from having more affordable housing compared to other cities like us. But those prices and costs are going up for sure.
All right, thanks. A couple more questions. But before we get to those, I just want to make mention, if I haven't already, and I don't believe I have, that our December Lunch and Learn program will feature speaker and board member Becky Sath of the Citizens Climate Lobby. This particular group that's local builds support for national bipartisan climate legislation, as well as working on climate issues locally. This presentation will address priority climate solutions, how we work, and what values are driving this organization. It'll also emphasize how to engage in climate advocacy, whether we belong to an organization or not. So a couple more questions for David. Thank you. You're doing a wonderful job. Here are 3 questions that I believe are related from Karen. If the East Beltway isn't completed for 20 years, what can be done to address the most imminent problem of bumper-to-bumper traffic when the north-south streets, such as 84th Street and 70th, are being worked on and down to 1 lane of travel? Can the Planning Commission doing anything to shorten the amount of time to complete the East Beltway, since it seems like 20 years may be too long with the traffic congestion that's being experienced now?
So that question hits on what I think a lot of us experience in our day-to-day lives, which is 70th and 84th Street traffic. So the good news in that question is that we have had 84th Street experience a significant improvement this past construction season at right around O Street, and it was very frustrating and there was congestion, but that project was important to get done and it got done. And so there's a good story to tell when those projects are getting done. We want to get those projects done, but it is inconvenient when it happens for sure. And I experienced that as well. As far as the getting the East Beltway done more quickly, I mean, it is what I can say is that it absolutely is. It's in our plan. We intend to do the East Beltway. We have regular discussions with the state to try to make sure that it stays on the table for, at least consideration and keeping in the back of the mind. I think everybody involved in getting a project like that done knows it's going to take a lot of money. It's about twice as long as the South Beltway. So roughly you can expect it to be twice as expensive. And so it's a big lift to get it done. So it continues to be in our plan. The good news there again is we were able to get the South Beltway done. I have confidence that at some point we'll get the East Beltway done. The other thing I would say too is that we are thankfully getting the paving of South 98th Street done. That's between Old Cheney and A Street. That's going to start to happen next year. So that's going to be, as we build out that area and as we now going to get improvements done to 98th Street, that's going to be a relief valve for 84th Street. So it will get better, even though we're going to be developing more. So I think we'll be able to get through the next several years to accommodate traffic in that growth area. But we absolutely are going to keep the East Beltway on the radar.
Okay. We are running out of time, but I think I'll just address one more question to you. I know you probably have access to that chat, David, so you can take a look and see what other comments and so forth are there. Once again, before we close and we ask the last question, I just want to encourage people to join us this evening if they like, 5:30 to 7 at the Walt Branch Public Library, League of Women Voters meeting, social, and learning about our new voter ID law. So final question for you, David, and thanks again. This has been super informational. Speaking of bus transportation once more, you spoke of the east-west development. What about north-south transportation in a grid pattern, not a hub and spoke pattern? Can you address that one for us before we close out?
Sure. And then going back a little bit further in my background and as a transportation planner, this is new and dear to my heart. So thank you for the question. I think in a perfect world, we would do a lot more of this kind of grid pattern of bus routes. The challenge that we have is that it's much more expensive to do that. And so with the limited budget, that's really where StarTran is at right now, which is needing to make sure they're providing the critical services to certain areas, to certain destinations that they can with the budget that they have. I can say that the grid pattern has been studied several times over the last 20 years here in Lincoln as an option. It has been determined to be cost prohibitive for Lincoln, but I think there is an opportunity to possibly do some of that, not in a complete sense, but identifying certain north-south corridors that could probably intersect with the existing system. I think that's part of their current plan to maybe test that out. But again, it really comes down to dollars and cents, and it's trying to stretch the dollars that they have the best way possible. And they haven't been able to pull this type of system off.
Excellent. David, thank you. You're not only very learned, but very diplomatic as well. There's a lot that you're in charge of here. It just seems massive to me, but we're so pleased you've been able to join us, League of Women Voters Lunch and Learn program for November. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great day. Thank you, David.
Sure.
We are adjourned.